Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are stepping foot into the sanguine playground of Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodhunt. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers in the chat. Welcome in, Zeph. Oh, I see you are once again greeting me and my windows with the brick. So nice to see the brick once again. Oh, and the tentacles. But you must wait, dear tentacle, for the stream to end. Where is my boop? Oh, give me a moment. There you go. There's your boop. I wouldn't want anyone without their boobs. Now, what are we doing today? Today, we are playing a multiplayer game. A rather rare occurrence when it comes to me. I have to say I'm more of the single player kind of game enthusiast. And even when I play multiplayer games, they are mostly dead. Though that is partially true with today's title as well. Now, just last Friday, I had my first stream when I was streaming from my PlayStation 5, and I said that I want to play games that require such a hardware. And really being able to stream from the PlayStation 5 gives me access to a whole new library of games that I'm looking forward to explore. And today's game is no difference, since this lovely title actually released as a PlayStation 5 exclusive. Well, more specifically, a console exclusive, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Get to the game. Where's my controller? Where did that boop come from? I really hope that while I was on the other scene, the boop would just kind of poof out of existence. But no, it waited quietly, like a predator waiting for the prey to get into the right position and then bounce and boop. Stop it! It's time to get our controller. And get to this lovely game. Now, as you might have guessed based on the title of this game, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt is part of the Vampire the Masquerade universe. Now, I personally never played the tabletop RPG, but I did have the pleasure of spending some time in the wonderful old game Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. And ever since, I held this entire dark world dear to my heart. Now, I have to say that I am extremely happy that I get the chance to show you this game now that I stream from a PlayStation 5, and that I get to show you this game just in time, because unfortunately its servers will be shut down next month. But I do want to spend this remaining time exploring what it was and hopefully making some wonderful memories in the process. Who knows, maybe even learning about the greater vampire universe and perhaps getting the platinum trophy. No, trophy hunting is not my main focus right now. This game indeed has a platinum trophy and a number of rather simple trophies in its list. The one that is probably the most time consuming, not necessarily difficult, is to reach level 50 in the game. But to do that, all I have to do is play. So what I will try to focus on is just play the game and explore all of its many aspects and parts that maybe I have never even seen before. Now, I played a bit of the game before, but I joined it rather late, which you will understand in a moment. So some of the things I will be talking about will be based on research that I did and information that I found online, and not on my personal experiences with the game. But let's start it up and let me give you a bit of a overview of this lovely title. What was that? The silence is deafening. But it takes a moment to start everything up. So, this game was one that I hoped would become more successful, but as you can see here with the farewell message, unfortunately its servers will be shut down on the 28th of April 2026. But once again, let's not get ahead of ourselves, and let me talk about the game just a bit. No, there are so many brilliant details that I would want to talk about. However, if I start, we will not get to actually playing the game today. So what I decided on is I will start about one specific aspect of the game, then we play a match, then we look into another part of the game and play another match and continue the pattern as such. Now, to give you a bit of a summary with this game, Bloodhunt is a free-to-play battle royale style game. It was originally launched on Steam as an early access game back in 2021. Now, I don't know much about the early access days. I faintly remember hearing about the game, but for a number of reasons, I didn't really get involved with it. Now, later in 2022, it was officially released on PC, on Steam, and as a console exclusive on the PlayStation 5, meaning that among all the consoles, it only released on the PlayStation 5, not even on the PlayStation 4. Again, another reason why I didn't play it. Now, I'm assuming this decision was made because the game's graphics require such hardware. I mean, just look around. It's a rather stunning game in many ways, and this is just the lobby. Now, when it originally released, it was a live service game. It received updates with new missions that furthered the game's story. It received new cosmetics in the in-game shop, which could be purchased with the game's premium currency, which you could buy with real-life money. It also got a number of patches for bugs and game balancing, and in theory it had at least one battle pass. Again, I wasn't around during this era of the game, so I cannot exactly tell you what was a part of it. I can only look back at what others said, what other streamers and content creators recorded, as well as news articles and officially released material. But all in all, it was a free-to-play battle royale game, like many others. However, it was different. It was Vampire the Masquerade. And as much as that might not be enough of a difference, for me, this franchise is rather unique, and not just because of the branding. Its world is, for me at least, rather pleasant. I can't explain it to you, but when I played Bloodlines, I really felt home. The overall world is just dark and vicious. It's full of brilliant stories, interesting characters. It is mature overall in every aspect of the world, and it has some absolutely brilliant writing. I just really adore it, and here it was, a game that is a free-to-play battle royale, but serious in a way, and that I find really appealing. Now, of course, there are other battle royale games targeted at the older players, but as a horror lover, this one is just kind of special. Now, I don't know what exactly happened. I don't know the reasoning behind the company's choice, but it seems, at least I can only assume, all the good things I said about the game wasn't quite enough to make it a lucrative business. And so Sharkmob, the developer and publisher of the game, in 2023 decided to cease the development of this game. That meaning no more content updates. However, they didn't just abandon the game, something that I greatly appreciate. What they did is they added a last community update, which included a number of things that I'm assuming they were working on before this decision, such as cosmetics, weapons, map updates, and they added a key feature that ensured that the game could, to a certain extent, work even after the developers leave it. So let's see what I'm talking about. They added the community vote. So how this works is the team deathmatch maps have a rotation, and now instead of the developers, the players could vote on which maps they want to see come back the next week, explaining the voting aspect. The same is true for the legendary weapons that appear in the games that you play during that week, and the artifacts that are these special items granting its holder some kind of ability. So this was one really clever idea, in my own opinion, that they incorporated into the game, but this wasn't the only one. They also added a free battle pass, and what this was is, since no new battle passes would come out, I'm assuming they took some of the cosmetics and items they were working on and put them all into a battle pass that was free for everyone. And as you can see, it's a quite generous list filled with a number of lovely items. But obviously it's finite, it has 100 levels. So what happens if you reach level 100 in the pass? Well, they even thought of that. They made the battle pass infinite, meaning that every time you level up beyond 100 in the battle pass, you will receive tokens, and tokens are the premium currency of the game. So you could just play the game, collect these tokens, and then spend them in the shop. Now remember that these items are in a way meant for microtransactions. And of course, buying something that costs 1,300 tokens would mean you have to level up 13 times. And that takes a lot of time. So you are still being encouraged to spend money on tokens, but it was still a nice gesture from the developers that they rewarded the dedication of the players who remained even after the game development stopped, and it rewarded them with something meaningful in a way for all the time they spend in the game. So this was in 2023. Now, other than these new additions, everything that was already in the game was playable, except time-limited events and such. But you could get through all of the story missions, you can unlock challenges and all kinds of items, you can look for collectibles, and obviously you can play to your heart's content. But that couldn't go on forever, as you might guess. So 2023 passed, and then 24, and then 25, and came the announcement that, with a heavy heart, but they would shut down the servers next month on April 28th. No, most people can only guess why, but the reasonable explanation is possibly cost. As much as people could still spend money on the game with the microtransactions, buying the in-game currency, the game had a quite small player base, meaning not much money was spent, and server costs are expensive and possibly only getting more and more expensive. And that leads to our current situation. Now, with this announcement, it was explained but that players could still play and access anything that they want until the servers are shut down, except, if I'm not mistaken, you could no longer buy tokens, meaning they disabled the microtransactions in the game again. Just, in my opinion, a display of respect for the players, because once the developers announce, or the publisher announces that the game will be shut down, they don't want to encourage people to spend money on it. Especially because, let's not forget, this is a live service game. This game works, as far as I know, exclusively online. Meaning, no matter how many items you unlocked and purchased, or whatever you have done in this game throughout the 4 or so years that it has been available for on the PlayStation 5, it will be gone. And that is the sad truth of most online games these days. As much as the gaming industry is built on hype and marketing nowadays, every game that requires servers to even start up will one day become inaccessible. Or the best case scenario, as much as you can call it that, is that they change so much throughout the years that you can't even call it the same game. And maybe that way, through evolving the years, it can stay relevant. But with many games that are not as successful, this is the fate awaiting them all. And that is a rather bittersweet realization. Now that is why I said that I want to spend this little over a month time that we have left with showing you this game, because I'm pretty sure that many people completely missed this title or just forgot about it, even though I honestly feel like it's a pretty good game. It's not outstandingly amazing, but if you like the genre that it is in, I think it can be pretty fun. Now with that said, let's actually get into the game. So this lovely place is our safe haven called the Elysium, and it's a really interesting idea that I have to say I support quite a lot, and I'm sad that it doesn't appear in more games. It is an interactable 3D lobby where you can do a number of things while you are waiting on matchmaking and your next game to start. As I mentioned, the graphics are absolutely gorgeous in my opinion. I love the dark gothic world. We also have some random players running around here whom you can interact with, but you also have some NPCs.
Come over here.
And they have, again, some really interesting dialogue options. Now, don't think about it something really complex like an RPG. It's mostly just a line that they tell you when you interact with them, but I do like the variety because they not only give you just general tips or greetings, but sometimes they comment on the clan you are playing as currently or other characters in Elysium. And they are also important for the story missions, since they are the ones who give you the objectives, and they are also often the characters whom you have to return to after you are done with your job. Now, there are a number of different important characters here, but as I said, one topic at a time, so I will not start walking around here and introduce everyone just yet. First, we have to get into the game. But how does that work? Well, you see, we have archetypes. And as you can see, there are a total of 9 classes or archetypes, however you like to call them. Now, those who are more familiar with Vampire the Masquerade, these symbols will have profound meaning, but as I said, I kind of just know the bare minimum basics. But I did look into things a bit, so hopefully I don't say something staggeringly stupid. Now you can see that these icons have different background colors, and the colors show the clans. In the game, when it originally was released, there were 4. As you can see, the scholar actually is titled new because that was released later on in an update, but we will probably not get that far today. So the 4 clans, I think, are the Bruja, these first 2, then we have the Nosferatu, then the Siren and the Muse are, let me see my notes here, the Toreador, and the Enforcer and the Warden should belong to, a great question, the Ventru. And that leaves the Scholar as a Tremere. Indeed. Lovely. Now, why I don't know these classes as much? Because I haven't gotten around to playing them. You see, originally I started with the Muse. And why is that? Because, well, just let's say that to me personally, the Toreador are the ones who I find most fitting to my worldview. They are mostly artists or enjoyers of art, and pretty much everything about them is true about me, except the one rather big difference that they are often possess stunning beauty. A minor difference, if you ask me. You see, like, okay, I know that saying that being beautiful is just a minor difference is a bit on the nose, but you don't have to call me out like that, okay? That's slightly rude. Oh, okay, stop it, the booping. So, let's see what we have here. We have 2 different powers. One is connected to our clan, so both of these archetypes will use the same clan power. We also have a sort of exclusive power which is unique to the archetype, and then we have a passive power which is active always. Now, when it comes to levels, the game is a bit confusing because we have 3 different kinds of levels, even though they might be named slightly different, but at the end of the day they are all levels. So one, you have your battle pass level, which I discussed previously. Then we have the player's overall account level, which is the one that I want to get to 50 for the trophy. And then we have the archetype levels, which has a maximum of 25, and as you can see here with this archetype, I actually reached it already. Now we also have archetype perks, which you unlock as you reach archetype levels. Here it actually explains it rather nicely. So let's take a look at some of these. So for this, you start with extra ammo and ammo capacity. For the athlete, wall climbing becomes faster, which will be important in the game for a number of reasons. You see, in most battle royale kind games, you are mostly earthbound. You can't really move as freely as you might want, and the quickest you will be without some kind of a vehicle or tool is you running. But let's not forget, in this game you are a vampire, so you can climb walls, you can leap through the air from one rooftop to another, and something that might delight a lot of players, there is no fall damage. Now here we have an interesting one. Gain double blood resonances, but Bloodhunt lasts twice as long. This is one of those more risque perks, because on one hand it gives you something extra, but if you make a mistake, on the other hand, it will make your unlife much more difficult. Nobility reduces the time and duration of Bloodhunt. Again, even the game's title talks about Bloodhunt, and that is an element of the game, even though in your average game I didn't find it as important as the game wants to make it out to be, but that is mostly because you start a game and if you die, there are no consequences, you just lose the match. In an RPG environment, you have to be much more careful. Now, for the time being, as our first match, I will just pick a rather general perk for now, and we will look into the perks a bit more later on when you get an understanding of some of the aspects of the game. Now, as you can see, we have a character here. I'm not exactly sure if I can zoom or not. I don't think so. But we have our character right here. As you can see, you can choose a male or a female, but this is already a character I made. But with some of the clans I haven't played as, we will create new characters as well. But I just want to show that you have quite a lot of customization options, from skin tone and body type to haircuts, hair colors, the eyes, eyebrows, makeup, and even tattoos. And that is just the character. You also have a lot of wardrobe options. Now, some of them are not part of the character's appearance, they are more linked to the players, such as the player icons, which is for me right now these Halloween pumpkins that appear also on the player banner right next to it. We also have emotes of all sorts, which, to be perfectly honest, I don't really use that much. We have eyewear with a number of glasses as well as masks, piercings for those who are interested in such, which is something really interesting to me, because if you look at this character, let's choose something like this, a simple earring, you can't exactly well see it. Even if you choose just some simple piercings that are more visible, they are rather tiny. And it's interesting to me because the developers obviously spent a lot of time with options that the players can use to customize the appearance of their characters. But during the actual gameplay, you barely ever see these details. You will certainly not see a piercing in the lips of your character, mainly because it's a first-person camera game and you are looking at your character's back. But it shows that they wanted the players to be able to create their own characters in a kind of RPG style and really feel like that this is what they want. My brother once got mad at me because I took too long in the customization of an elf. I was considering how likely an elf would get tattoos. But that is actually interesting, because if you look at it in the way of storytelling, which I think you did, then it's a great question. Would an elf in that specific world get a tattoo? Because if most elves wouldn't, then this is kind of an exception. So this character is making a statement by having a tattoo. And even if it's more accepted, then what kind of a social group the elf belongs to where tattoos are more common? So I think it's a great question, and I understand that players both in video games and tabletop RPGs can spend a lot of time just creating their characters, because I mean, those characters are your own creations. Of course you want them to be in a way fleshed out and refined to all the tiny details that you spend so much time thinking about. Like, elves live for a long time. Indeed, good point. Do they really want that tattoo 100 years later, especially in the face? But it also introduces another question, and that is, would a tattoo outlive an elf? Because tattoos for humans are mostly advertised by saying that they are permanent, when they are not necessarily permanent. Definitely not in their quality. They fade, they get blurry, especially on certain parts of the body. But that is when you think with the lifespan of a mortal. An elf who would live hundreds of years long, would they still have the tattoo all those years or centuries later, or would it fade? And also their bodies are slightly different, I would assume. It's a similar question about vampires. Would a vampire who had a tattoo, maybe as a mortal, keep it forever? Because yes, in many ways vampires are kind of ageless, and they can retain their youthful appearance for much longer, but they can still get hurt. They still age in a much slower progress, so, or process. So how would that work? And I think those are the most interesting conversations. I would assume a vampire can rip off their skin. I'm not sure if they would want to, but maybe. And it grows back. You know, that gives a much darker meaning to the fact that many vampires wear leather coats and jackets and outfits. Depending on the vampire. Well, yes, if the vampire is masochistic, then yeah, they certainly can do it. It wouldn't be much pleasant. But you are right with those kind of questions, and again, I'm assuming that in a D&D kind of game, the players would discuss such matters. I never played D&D. Again, it's more of a social game, and well, I'm not the most sociable monster, but I do respect all the thought that goes into such a game. You can use narcotics and let another vampire do it. You know, now that you mention it, I didn't really envision the vampire ripping off their own skin, because well, in certain spots you couldn't really do a decent job. But I guess it can be done. It was Baldur's Gate 3. Oh yes, the game with the squirrel and the nut. Again, that game, as I heard, is quite a masterpiece of the RPG genre. So, given how long it is, I'm not sure if you can modify your character later on, but it makes sense that some people spend hours just customizing everything. Which squirrel scene are we talking about? Oh goodness, there are multiple of them. I only knew about one. Baldur's Gate 3 is great. Yes, you can modify. Well, that takes some of the anxiety off of the shoulders of the player. And that's also present here. You can change your outfit, your character, whenever you want. Nothing is permanent. And obviously, as you play, you unlock more of the cosmetics. You can also buy some of the cosmetics. And interestingly, this game had Twitch drops for a long while. I just checked for a moment, and indeed Twitch drops are still enabled for this game, and you could get a number of different little customization pieces, as well as banners and avatars and all those kind of things. And that's another interesting thing, in my opinion, that even though it was announced that the game would no longer receive new updates back in 2023, the system for the Twitch drops stayed intact. And I actually did get some of those items. I once even had some trouble with one of the Twitch drops. I did something backwards, I think, and so I looked for a way to contact support, and fascinatingly enough, the game still has support, which I have to say once again, just a really respectable move from the company. And the support was really nice. They even apologized for a longer wait on their response, because they have obviously limited resources, and they helped me out. So as much as this game didn't become the success that the company might have wanted it to be, I feel like they, at least to a certain degree, showed how such a game should be treated when things don't work out as anticipated. Let me see. A squirrel is reacting to the bear scene. Yes, that's the one squirrel that I was talking about. Let's see what else we have. And when playing Dark Urge, you can kick a squirrel. That is atrocious. Who would kick a squirrel? Why would you do such a thing? That is just evil. And not even in the fun way. Don't hurt the poor squirrel. They are already mentally scarred from the bear scene. So, Dark Urge has dark urges. I understand, but if you want to kick something or someone, just, I don't know, kick another person. Not a innocent squirrel. The bear scene is later on. Oh, I see. Well, it's still a good question if it's the same squirrel. But who knows? Who knows? Again, that game is so complex. I wouldn't be surprised if some players started to theorize things. No, it's not. You see? The players know everything. How do you make sure it's a different squirrel? Squirrel dies if you kick her. Now wait a moment. So you are not only kicking a squirrel, you are killing a squirrel. That's even crueler. That is absolutely unacceptable. Also, what happens if you decide not to kick the squirrel? In that case, it might be the same one. You can never know. Yeah, I like to get caught up on the smallest of details. Completely pointless details as well. So let's look for a lovely outfit for our character. Now you might see in the top corners of these outfits little symbols, and those show you that certain outfits are only usable with certain clans or certain genders. So we are a bit limited here. I don't even know if we have any outfit that we can use here, but let's see. Feel the burn. A bit too simple. Ooh. I mean, it's good camouflage in the darkness of the night. Now, this is... I do love the centipede, but this is not it. I need something more elegant, but also with an artistic touch. You know, I have no clue what is holding this outfit like this, but I'm all for it. Oh, this is a lovely outfit. I think this was actually part of the free battle pass. No. Oh no, this is male only. This is male only. Oh, come on. Not bad, but it's a bit too high society. This, I think I actually started with this outfit when I started playing. But I think I did unlock a rather special one. Oh, welcome in, schmoozer. Milk! I have no clue what... So that's why it's milk. Okay. Never mind. Now this is quite something. But we have this. This is Maya's outfit. A character we will meet later on. And actually you unlock this by playing, I do believe, 100 games as a Toreador. So I will be using this one for the time being. You can also see that there are different colors in the bottom corners of these outfits, from yellow and green to blue and purple. Those are the rarities. There are also the simple gray ones. So you can see that in many ways this game didn't change much of the formula of the live service battle royale games. They took the color coding. People already knew the battle pass idea, the premium currency, all those things, but with a tastefully bloody touch added. Now you might have seen also that I'm getting invites in the game, and that is because people who are in the same lobby can invite each other to play in groups, but I will be starting with a solo match. Now let me see. That bikini top is not giving enough support for a fight. You know, that's fair enough. But we are talking about vampires. Shiny blue. I think I will use that blue with another clan. It suits better because this red coat and black dress is just beautiful. Hey, how you all doing? I'm doing rather fine. I'm really happy that I get to play this game and show it to you before it shuts down later in the year. My Sims 4 games froze. It was in cast 2. I lost my sim. Oh, poor sim. Dang indeed. Now, let's start up the game. But actually, let me show you. We have 5 game modes. We have a tutorial, the solo Bloodhunt, which is the main game mode. We also have a duos and the trios, battle royale, and we have the trios team deathmatch. And that gives me an idea. Let's actually start with the tutorial. I haven't played this tutorial in a long while, but why not? Let's give it a go.
For centuries we have lived in secrecy among you, maintaining the Masquerade. We have influenced your society, fed on your blood, thrived among you, until now. Our leadership was betrayed, decimated in a savage attack. Chaos followed, and a bloody sectarian war now rages on the streets of Prague. This has made us vulnerable, exposed to the kindred's most fanatical enemy, the entity. With the tables turned, the hunters have become the hunted.
Ouch. That's one way to start the tutorial, already downed. So this is the actual game, and here we are taught the basics of the game, such as moving around and feeding on mortals. So you can see my health is 100 out of 2 in the bottom left corner, and if I take a sip, that will instantaneously go up to the maximum. And here we are introduced to weapons. Even though you can hit with your bare fists, it's not as useful in a firefight. Now here it says to crouch or slide. So crouching is simply moving like this, but if you run you can indeed slide through, and then you can jump like so. Now this is the gas, a deadly barricade for us, which is the game's way of keeping the players on the map and certain parts of the map, as you will see. We can also climb as high as we wish to. So all the buildings are actually climbable in the game. Press R1 to attack. No, that's not R1, that's R2. At least scream. Oh, come on. It's no fun. Now, how does the game explains all the killing amongst the vampires on the story side is that we are playing the quote-unquote good guys, the ones who keep up the Masquerade, and we are part of the Camarilla, and all the enemies are anarchs who are causing trouble on the streets of Prague. Now obviously the story is a bit more complex, but for the purposes of this introduction to the game, it makes sense. So here it even says that the downed anarch can be killed like so. Oh, thank you, Schmoozer. That's really nice of you. So that move you saw was a diablerie, and in the world of Vampire the Masquerade, that is one vampire drinking the blood of another. Now within the universe they are not always called vampires, they are called kindred, and in this game, in the process, the other vampire or kindred is killed, and we gain a blood essence. Now, blood essences are boosts to certain aspects of our characters, but they only last for the duration of the match. Now give me a moment, I'm enjoying my head massage. Yeah, that was bad enough. We have things to do and a tutorial to complete. Now, here we have some armor that we can put on, like so. And you can see that gives us 50 extra health, quote unquote. We also have a rare weapon here and some bullets to go with it. Go to the marked anarch, use your archetype power, so that is L1. No, that's R1. And that is an ability that I've just started playing with, so I don't know it as much. It's a kind of shockwave that is good for a multitude of reasons, and as you can see it deals 40 damage, but I don't have the time for that. Now, once again, we could gain a random essence, but we can also just shoot a downed enemy as such and kill them. So the result is pretty much the same. Now, why this is important, especially later on in the game, if you are fighting against multiple enemies and players, you might not have the time to go to a downed enemy and gain an essence, so if you want to make sure they are dead, you can shoot them on the ground. And now we need to climb. As you can see, we can climb around. We have quite a lot of control over our movement. We can jump from one area to another, and as I mentioned, there's no fall damage. Now the clan power here is actually a quite sizable jump, which can be useful in a number of ways, either to quickly reach an enemy or to get away. Oh, thank you for the stretch and hydrate, and welcome Infused. Let me actually drink my tea. I hope you are having a wonderful time. And welcome to Prague. We are just starting with the tutorial here, but we will soon get to the actual game as well. What about knee cracking from crouching though? Not sure if vampires are affected by such consequences of aging. As you can hear, or well, not, there is no cracking here. And what you just saw is me pressing the R3 button, which is kind of an instinct of mine in this game, which brings up heightened senses. This is good for looking for players, enemies, as well as collectibles. And actually, let me look at this. This is gorgeous. Look at that beauty. And something that you will probably notice is me taking an insane amount of screenshots in the game as I play, and that is because I want to be able to go back to these screenshots later on when the game will no longer be available, since I honestly think that the city of Prague in this game is magnificent, and it really pains me that I won't be able to just roam in it. Lick the wall. Oh, that one. Okay. Wrong button. You want me to lick the wolf? I'm not sure if the wolf would be okay with it. Don't you have the VOD though? Yes, I do. That's true, but again, the game is running in some form of 4K, and my stream is only 1080p. No, even though this archetype has this jump as a power, you can also leap from one building to another with a bit of trickery. So what you have to do, what I learned while I was playing against players who've been here for years and can do insane things, is you run and then slide and then jump. And you get a bit of a boost, so you can jump further. Licking walls, it's a good thing. I came to check on you. Well, welcome in, Timbetir. Indeed, you arrived at the perfect time for that, but look at that painting. I mean, have you never felt the urge to just consume art which was so beautiful? And I mean, licking is a way of consuming. It's like ice cream. It's so good you have to lick it. But can I do a dead jump into hay? I don't think there's even one hay bale in this entire game. There might be. There are so many things that I'm still finding in the game, hidden in alleyways. Tastes like wet dog. Yeah, you are probably right. A wolf might indeed taste like a wet dog. But that begs the question, how do you know what a wet dog tastes like? You know, that makes you mighty suspicious. There once was a trend to imagine how someone's art tastes. Someone said mine probably tastes like hard candy. I guess that's a kind of compliment. So here, the game actually tells you about heightened senses, which will reveal far away loot and civilians through walls. So those are civilians, and the different colors show you which blood essence you can gain from them if you drink their blood. So in this game, at least, how it's explained is the blood of an individual can have different effects on a vampire who drinks it based on the individual's mood. So if someone is angry, let's say, the vampire will get physical strength, something like that. Don't quote me on that. Again, I like this universe, but I'm definitely not well versed in it. Ooh, Timbatir is a bit nervous there. It seems we found a bit of a suspicious thing about poor Timbatir. There is a German cake named Wet Dog. What does it taste like? Furiously takes notes. I recently watched What We Do in the Shadows again. They drank blood from a drunk guy and got drunk. I guess that's the one example that actually makes sense in real life as well. Because blood can be detected from blood. I mean, alcohol can be detected from blood. So if you drink it, I'm assuming you could get intoxicated. Oh, chocolate and cookies. I don't think a wet dog tastes like chocolate and cookies. Also, why did they name it that? Fascinating things. Imagine that there was someone who invented this cake and they started thinking, what should we call it? And they said, let's call it a wet dog. I mean, in the same vein, hot dogs don't make much sense either, so yeah, I can't really hold it up against them. So, let's see what we have here. So, melancholic, we get from 0 to 10% lower cooldown on soaring leap power. So what the 0 to 10% means is right now we have no bonus on this cooldown, and if we drink from this individual we will have 10%. Now you can collect 3 of the same blood essence in one match, and because there are 4 different essences you can get a total of 12 throughout an entire match, and then every bonus you can get is pretty much maxed out. Also interesting, every archetype has a different animation for feeding, which reflects their personality. So let's look for a second person with resident. I mean resonance. Yes, use what you have learned and make your way to the marked location. That sounds way too simple. Oh yes, the burning church, an important landmark in the game's story. This is, I do believe, where the vampire meeting was attacked. Interact with the marked door to the burning church when you are ready to finish the tutorial. Alright. Wow, we placed one. I googled it. It has to do with war. You see, every naming is just a history lesson. Network error occurred. That's lovely. Never had that happen with me before. So now that we are done with the tutorial, let's jump into an actual Bloodhunt game. And let's have some fun. Again, as I said, what I'm mostly focusing on is just playing matches so I can level up. Now, as I noticed, every level, account level that is, requires the same amount of experience. So the required amount of experience points doesn't go up, which makes it much more predictable. And that is something I appreciate, since I kind of have a time limit here. And one level up takes around 6 or 7 matches. Now, at the end of the match, you will see what I get experience points for, and I will talk about a bit more about how you might be able to speed up things. It's from some soldier language. Oh, that's interesting. It's something that reminds me of the jerry cans. You see those cans they use to transport fuel in. They, as far as I remember, were a German invention, and their design is really, really good. And why they started calling it a jerry can is because the Germans were called, if I'm not mistaken, by the British, Jerrys back in the Second World War, and so they were called jerry cans because they are the cans that the Germans used. And they were really durable in many ways, and many small details were added to them for usability. It's rather fascinating how many things the engineers, the inventors thought about when they created the jerry can. And so after the different countries managed to get a few of them in their hands, they started kind of copying the same ideas and making some changes. So once again, it's history in a word. And thank you for all those who lurk. I changed my lurk redeem a bit so it doesn't tell the name of the person. It's all anonymous. And so you don't get called out in any way. But I do want to thank all those who who spend time on my stream and support me with a lurk. So let's go with a solo Bloodhunt. And let's see what we can do. Now, we do have challenges, daily challenges as well. So while we are waiting here, let's look at them. So you simply get experience points here. And you have 6 different daily challenges you can do in as many matches as you want, and it resets every 24 hours. So for example, here we have playing for 15 minutes, downing 1 enemy player with a crossbow, traveling 400 meters, and so and so. It's something that you can focus on if you have really nothing else to do, and also obviously gather experience points. Now, as I explained, the game is different now than it once was, obviously with a battle pass that is infinite, like right now. You don't really have to care too much about experience points. Back in the day, with limited time battle passes and such, obviously getting to the end of a certain battle pass or reaching a certain level so you can unlock an item that you really want was much more important. Now, let's see. So this is the map of Prague. This is the only map for this mode. And in the beginning, you can choose where you would prefer to start. Now, the railway station is good because most of the time no one goes there. And you can actually see no one is around me. It's kind of a empty area, because it's far away from most point of interests, and people prefer to start closer to a battle. Also, it's right at the edge of the map. Oh, look at that! It's a Nosferatu! So you can see these blue circles of fog, and they show you where loot can be found. A rather useful part of the game. It makes finding equipment as you start much easier. And we also have vehicles with different equipment. This was a police car, so we found some armor, but there are also delivery trucks with weapons and ambulances with blood packs and such. So here we have 2 lovely mortals, but they are showing their back to each other, so we are safe to do this and no one will notice. And you could even see the little animation for this archetype hugging their prey. Oh yes, the armor just laying around. Absolutely. That's totally normal around here. We are in kind of a war when it comes to the kindred and actually the Inquisition as well, called the Entity here. We will meet with them soon. Now, these humans give you an extra life, but you can only have a maximum of 1 extra life. And we actually do have that since we start with it. You can see it in the top right corner. It says 1 out of 1 next to the little heart icon. It's actually not that smart to bite someone in the neck because the blood will splurge out. And that's why it's pretty smart that I am wearing red. Entity, indeed. And I think we are getting close to a little fight, so let's see what we can do here. As you can see, the heightened senses become more and more important because we can see these sound waves appearing. And this is actually an entity base here that I will not rush into. No, the entity soldiers are NPCs, so they are not that deadly, but they can cause trouble. And this is a vault with a lovely item we can use. And you could also see that this gas hurts us quite a lot. It's no different from every other Battle Royale game's idea when it comes to limiting the play area as the match progresses. And I'm getting killed here. Ouch! Good start. But what is interesting when it comes to it is its shape. It's rather dynamic and it can take almost any shape. But now I should actually focus on the game a bit, because this is rather embarrassing. So I got killed here, as you might have noticed. And now we need to find someone with the right kind of blood. Oh, come on. And this is actually the kind of blood I'm after. Come back! It will not hurt too much. So now we have our extra health back, as well as our life. And we even killed someone. Oh, let me take it. Ow! Wow! People are deadly around here. And I recently learned that veins can collapse quite easily. You don't say. Things are getting out of hands. Only taking a sip is quite wasteful. Yes, but if you take more, the mortal might die, and we don't want that. It would take too much attention from the public. Okay, let me get my extra life back and actually try not to get murdered. Now here I made a mistake because I decided to feed on a mortal while another was watching. So I broke the Masquerade, which is a rule that that governs the vampires, the kindred, and forbids the display of their powers, or pretty much their existence, in public. So what that means is the Kindred knows that if they are found out about, people will hunt them to extinction. So they should never let humans see what they are capable of. And that also includes feeding in public. Because, as you might know, it might be fun, but only do it if everyone consents to it who's around. Now let me see. If you bite them in the neck, they totally will die. I'm sure there is some kind of an explanation to that in the lore of this game as well. My guess would be the vampire's saliva might help with not bleeding out, but I'm not sure. Now this is a pharmacy, and as you can see, these pharmacies have little hidden compartments for the kindred with blood bags and little syringes that can be used as medkits in the heat of the battle. If you bite around 10 people in the same location in the neck, that's very noticeable. These are tiny bite marks, no one will notice. A gunfight is quite noticeable too. That's true, and that's why in this game and in its story, the fight is quite important, and how the elders in the Camarilla are concerned about all the attention they are drawing, because they are not only fighting amongst themselves against the Anarchs, they are also fighting against the entity, who are pretty much the Inquisition. And in the story, through the missions, we can actually learn about how there is a new ruler to this area called a prince after the previous prince has died, and how they try to organize things once again and bring back the peace to Prague, but unfortunately, as I said, the game development was seized, and so the story was never finished. Going for the artery that brings blood to the brain is a bad idea. Rather bite them in the arm or thigh. Bite them in the thigh. Understood. Ouch. That was my shield. I will keep that bit of advice in mind. Thank you. Now I have to say I'm slightly disorientated here, but that's fine. We have the max capacity with this blood resonance, so we don't need to drink from this person. And funny enough, we are in the top 6, even though I'm definitely not doing too wondrous of a job. But hey, that's fine. Rather go for wings than arteries too. You see all the intricacies of being a vampire. You have to learn all of this. And I have to be careful. I did not like the sound of that. I think somebody is walking on the rooftops. Indeed. Well, it's still a top 5. An absolutely terrible match for a first one. But I was killed by a player whose level is more than 130, so I think that's excusable. No, you can see here I got 2400 XP for challenges, 100 for elimination, another 100 for assist, 200 for placement, and 150 for consuming one of the kindred. I think only one. Yes, we had one of the diableries and another 100 points. So here this 28,000 is actually the battle pass level. So this is not the one we are interested in. The one we want is the player level 42. The archetype level is already maximum, and with the challenges we finished 2. We managed to travel 400 meters and survive 15 minutes and then die. Well, I guess I died in the 15 minutes a few times as well, but that's fine. So here we get our XP bonus, and that's that. Hello there. So let's see what else we have with the challenges. I couldn't read it last time. So we need a crossbow. Let's try it, why not? We want to down bloodhunted players, play 3 matches, and down enemy players while bloodhunted. Okay, that will be a bit tricky, but we can definitely do it. So let's look around here just for a moment before we start another game. So in Elysium you can find a number of interesting things, such as items you can inspect, if I can find even one. Right here is one, the spiked bat. So this is all part of the journal, and you can look for all kinds of weapons in this lobby area that you can learn about, as well as all the guns available in the game. Now you can see that some of them say complete underneath the name of the entry. Some of them still needs to be unlocked, like right here. And you can get those, it says, by playing additional matches. Some will say by talking to some of the other kindred in this lovely Elysium. So let's do that. And let's interact.
How do you do?
And new journal entry unlocked. There it said on the top right. And that is a really interesting part of the game that I completely missed when I started, because I thought you only need to talk to the NPCs for the missions. But apparently it makes sense, and it is actively encouraged by the game to talk with the other characters, because you can unlock information about the weapons, the history of the kindred in Prague, certain events that happened in the past, and all kinds of interesting lore tidbits that you can also find unlocked in your journal. Now let me see. And vampires feeding from one consenting person is only a temporary solution because veins will collapse. That's interesting because I do think in Vampire the Masquerade there is this idea that a vampire has a mortal whom they feed from. I'm not sure what the right term is for such an individual. I would want to say a ghoul, but I might be entirely wrong there. I think ghouls are more like mortals who received some of a vampire's powers. Again, I don't know as much about this universe as I want to. Now this is interesting. Embracing someone is far more complicated than I first expected. The former lives of our... Give me a moment. Childer? Continue to corrupt and demoralize them even after death. So embracing in this universe means to sire a child, meaning a vampire, so biting someone and turning them into a vampire. So
Oh, there you are.
you can interact with the same NPC only a limited number of times between two matches. You will get a simple greeting such as this as the last one, and then you cannot interact with them again. So what I said about the game encouraging you to interact with them is between your games. So as you play your matches, while you are waiting on matchmaking, you can go around, you can talk to the different characters and just learn more and more about the world. Custis, I think his name is the keeper of Elysium, so the safe haven in Prague, which became important in the story of the game because once all of this carnage started, the kindred needed a safe place, and this old Gothic beautiful building became such. So let's start another game, and in the meantime look at some of these absolutely beautiful statues. Now there is a doorway here that I don't think can be open. It's one of those parts of the lobby that I think might have been used later on, but again, with the development being stopped, it was never implemented, or I just never figured out what it is good for. We also have the front door of the building here. Which is interesting because as far as I know, you cannot leave through this door, but it makes sense in the story of the game, since you come here You talk to the other kindred, the leaders, you get your missions, and then you go out onto the streets of Prague and do all the tasks you've been assigned with. So that is pretty much playing the matches, and that's one part of the game that I really like, how even though it is a game, most of the gameplay elements are explained within the story. They make sense. So for example, the red gas that we have to flee from, that limits the game map, is actually a gas that the entity uses to kill the vampires. So even though we are playing the same repetitive battle royale matches, it is explained to a certain degree, and I do like that part, that the developers took the time to come up with some sort of an explanation. Okay, let's go here. I do like to start on the edge of the map, so I have at least a moment to gather some base equipment. And hopefully this time around I can have a decent game, because I don't think that I had such an atrociously bad match in the past few days as my first one here was. But again, I'm trying to explain parts and show you parts rather than focusing on all the action, which is another thing in the game that I like. It doesn't necessarily requires you to be good or win. You can just have fun, you can go around, get points, you can still level up, you can still unlock most things, you can look for collectibles and learn about the lore without being pretty much any good at the actual shooting and surviving. Now, let's look for some armor, because we kind of do need that. What the heck is going on? My nose is all itchy. All of a sudden, what was that? Ah! Fewest! Your nose! It's messing with my senses. I'm having my gourmet dinner, and you just keep booping me here. Stop it. I mean, at least I have an excuse why I will be killed here. Of course, I got distracted by the boop. Is that a player? Oh, that is a player. But that player is not alone, so let's wait for this fight to play out. Oh! So this is one of the ability of our clan. That is, we have a dash of sorts. We can send out a projection and teleport to it within a certain time limit. Now, I did it through a car and it was a bit janky with the animation, but it worked just wonderfully. Oh, come here. Yes. You. You are so delicious. Well, don't mind me. I see you are warming up here, and what can I say? I can't say no to a warm meal. No, the mortals around are not only a way of finding little living body bags for us, but they can also be used to figure out where enemies are. Wow, that was a long shot. Because if you see someone fleeing, that mostly means that NPC witnessed something terrifying, be that a vampire feeding or a gunfight. So, based on their movement, you can guess where enemies can be. I really need some armor on me, and I keep forgetting about it. I know we are not werewolves here, but vampires, but let me tell you, getting my nose booped certainly messes with my senses. Stop it! Who's that? Zeph! No. No. Bad Zeph. No booping. Now, let's see what we have here. I do believe there's an entity checkpoint not far from us. So we have to be careful. So boobs are your weakness. I wouldn't say my weakness, but they are certainly annoying. Goodness, what are you doing up here? Uh-oh. Someone is trying to get me. Ooh. Stop it. Missed me. It's nice that someone does. Whoops. Now, give me your blood. Ooh. An epic rarity. Melee weapon. No, we don't need an extra life. I actually didn't die this match. What the heck? Now, funny enough, I mostly play this game without sound for reasons, and it's kind of strange hearing it like this. I know there's someone around here. I can hear the shots. There you are. So these double crossbows are smaller, but they use explosive arrows. Not my favorite weapon, but we do have a challenge with crossbows. Uh-oh, someone is climbing. Oh, the entity was slaughtered here. Ow! And you are immune. Of course you are. Stop jumping around. So that little dash through me is another clan's power, and it stops me from using my own. And they also had an immunity for damage for a short while. They can take as many hits as they want, and they will not get damaged. Pesky little creatures they are. Boop. You cannot boop me in text like that, even though I do like the idea much more. The entity, indeed. Oops, that was someone's car. Now I'm looking for people with a certain type of blood. I'm not finding any. That's fine. As you can see, the map is extremely detailed. There are so many hidden spots throughout the entire map that I'm still finding parts that I've never seen before. Even though I spent a few minutes looking around on it for sure. That hurt slightly. Don't mind me. Ow. I said don't mind me. I think I'm alive. I'm not sure. I might be. Whoops. So I can actually heal myself with my power. Like so. But I'm still in a bad spot for sure. So let's get the heck out of here. That was a way closer than I'd like. I haven't played this archetype in a bit, so I'm a bit rusty when it comes to how to use the abilities. Oh, actually, yeah, come on, great. Oh no, not the gas, I'm not in the gas, okay. We are being a bit risky here, but that's fine. Put on some armor. You might have also noticed that I regenerated my health just now, and I did that with the help of one of the blood essence boosts, which passively lets you regenerate based on how many you have, 1, 2 or 3 health points a second, I do believe. Boops you in text like that. Wow. Someone is being a rebel here. And this is a Camarilla case, which you need a key to open. You can find them, rather large golden colored keys. And I think I got one from another player, so they found it somewhere on the map. And you can get nice, rare and strong weapons from them. Alright, now as you can see the map is rather tiny now. And that is cause for concern. There are only 4 players left. And the one thing with this game is, since there are not many new players, even though there might be more now that it was announced that that it was announced that the servers would be shutting down. There are some extremely hardcore players who've been playing this game for a long time. Wow, what a great place to restart in. Ow! I just no! Okay, I think I saved that. Not sure. No, I didn't. Okay, let's drink some blood. So this is a blood bag, and it gives you quite a lot of health at once, but it takes a bit longer to drink. No! Ow! Well, the second place is not bad. And there's the key that I mentioned. So we got some points for eliminations, assists, the placement, but as you can see, not much more. For damage, but most of the time, the bulk of the experience points you would get from challenges. But we got to level 43. And played another game. So let's look around in Elysium just a bit more. So this is the main hall with the entrance, and Custis, the keeper of Elysium, welcomes us here.
Extraordinary.
Exceptional performance, Kindred. You're making quite a name for yourself. So I think you can interact with the same NPC 2 or 3 times. I have many memories of this Elysium, some fond, some not. But I am not unhappy to be back here again. So again, something quite unique to the fantasy genre and characters who live for much longer than a human could ever dream of, is the fact that a character can talk about events that happened during their lifetime of hundreds of years. And this is just one of those examples.
Greetings.
Good evening. So that was free indeed. Now, how the hierarchy of the Camarilla is built up is there are clans which is a bit confusing to me to explain, but the idea is that every clan has their own special powers, and they are similar. The clan members are similar in some way, mostly their personalities and what they find to be of worth to them. Now, as far as I understand, it's not because they got bit or they were turned into a vampire by a certain kindred who is part of that clan, but because kindred in a certain clan will seek those kind of people. So they their personalities didn't change when they changed into or were changed into a vampire. They were like that from the beginning. So with this clan, the Toreador, they, as I explained, they are mostly artists or appreciators of fine arts. They value beauty a lot. They are the more erotic type when it comes to vampires. They are quite passionate in many ways, and that is why, as you could have seen, when they feed, they will hug the mortal. And even the really tiny detail that I absolutely adore is how they move the mortal's arms around their own waist. It's just really oozes with character. The pun is slightly intended. Now, every clan has a sort of elder figure, and in this game we have one NPC who kind of represents that clan within Elysium. Now, again, the Camarilla is much more complex. It's really a world of its own within the Kindred community. So how I understand it, there are 3 kind of factions when it comes to Kindred, and 2 of them are somewhat represented in this game. There's the Camarilla, which is a really, I don't want to say strict, but it's a community based on hierarchy, and they have certain rules about how Kindred can behave, and they have a lot of politics. So in other Vampire the Masquerade video games, you can experience that firsthand, because in most games you start as someone who was just turned into a Kindred, and you have to somehow navigate your way through on life and not get tangled up in the doings of all these higher up elder vampires who will use you in every possible way they can for their own purposes, which is to a certain degree shown in this game as well. So one thing I mentioned before was quests. So this game, even though it is a battle royale, it featured quests, both main and side quests. They weren't really complex in a way, definitely not something that you would expect from a complicated RPG game, because again, this is a game with the focus on multiplayer action. But I think the developers kind of found a nice sweet spot to tell the stories in a way that can be enjoyed by players who like to focus on the gameplay, and also the players who would like to get more information about the lore. So the basic idea was that you are in Elysium, you talk to these different characters, the kindred, and you get these quests. Now we have, as I mentioned, a number of NPCs who represent certain clans, as well as they hold higher positions within the Camarilla and this princedom, I think it's called, of Prague. So how it works, every area, I think, has a prince who is pretty much the leader of the Camarilla in that area. Now here it's Prague, and in many other games it's a bigger city. I have no clue what is the rule about the size of these ruled over areas, or how they deal with not so densely populated places. Again, if you are interested in Vampire the Masquerade, you can learn much more by looking into the TTRPG, looking at the different rule books and such, because it is deeply fascinating to me. I want to definitely one day look into it and learn more of it, but as I said, with this game I don't really have the luxury of time. So what I decided to do is just experience as much of this game as I can and understand the parts that I can without having a lot of kind of background knowledge, which is another thing that I feel like the developers succeeded with, that you don't have to have a lot of knowledge about Vampire the Masquerade to understand it. There are some special terms that are used, but within Vampire the Masquerade they are kind of generally used words and phrases, so if you just look something up quickly you will get a decent idea, and even in the game they are mostly explained. So when it comes to the stories, what I did, I just played them as much as I could and decided to make screenshots of every dialogue, every conversation, every mission. So later on, maybe in a year's time, when this game will be gone and I won't even be able to start it up to look at this quest menu, I will be able to look back on what this tale was really about and understand more of its intricate details with the knowledge that I will have after I actually dug deeper into the overall world of Vampire the Masquerade. So the stories, as I started and then got sidetracked by myself, worked in a way that you are here in Elysium, and through these different characters you get missions, and the missions can be a number of different things. It can be go play a match and kill a number of anarchs, as they say. So first of all, anarchs in this game, as they framed it, every other player other than you in the game are anarchs. So they are all kind of enemies of the Camarilla. We have the Camarilla, which is this rule-abiding community of sorts. And then we have the Anarchs, the other faction, as I called them before, who fight for a sort of freedom. They still abide by the Masquerade because they know, once again, that in a way, even if they oppose the Camarilla, they have the common enemy of the Inquisition, of the entity. But they don't like the strict hierarchy that the Camarilla is based upon. They don't like that the elders rule over everyone who's younger. And again, speaking of vampires, the younger can mean 100 years old. So these two factions are the ones that are somewhat part of this game. I heard that there's a third faction called the Sabbat, but I don't think they ever appeared in Bloodhunt. Maybe they were mentioned somewhere either in the lore or a mission and I missed it, but they are not really prevalent in this story. Now, with the missions, you are tasked with rather simple things. Most of them you have to do during matches, during games. So you might need to defeat a certain number of enemies, as I mentioned, anarchs, or you have to pick up an item. And how that works is you play the game, you are told where on the map, on the same map as we played on, a certain item should be. The location might be really specifically told, or you have to look around a bit, and all you have to do is actually pick it up. So in the chaos of all the shooting, you just go there, pick up the item, you done your part with that. Now sometimes you have to find multiple items. Sometimes you have to deliver an item, which is the same thing. You go to a location, you interact with the location, and an item appears. So with the gameplay, there's not a lot of variety, but because they are simple objectives, they don't distract you from the actual gameplay, and you can enjoy the story because you are presented with all the dialogue, all the conversation, and all that in Elysium, not during the fighting. So once you went out to Prague, you did your mission, you come back and you talk to whatever character who gave you the mission, and as such you progress further and further. So for example, here is Welcome to Elysium. It has 3 parts, and this is pretty much the first really simple mission. It tells you to find a book by one of the bookshelves on the upper floor in the Elysium main hall. So, indeed, as I said, most of the missions take place outside in Prague during matches, but some of them just requires you to move around in Elysium, like here. With this first mission or quest, it's probably to give you an idea how things will work as a sort of tutorial, but later on it also happens that one character's mission actually includes going to another character and talking to them, especially because some quest lines go in parallel. So you have to reach a certain part in one quest line to continue another, because in the story they are happening at the same time. I recently learned that a coconut simulator exists, where you play as a coconut, and as far as I know, you do absolutely nothing. It's Coconut Simulator 2 even. Yes, I think I saw a short video about it. I'm not sure if it was a joke that you can't do anything in Coconut Simulator. I mean, if you really can't, it makes sense, because you are a coconut. So the only thing you can try to do is maybe fall off the tree or wait for it to happen. But the video I saw showed the coconut already on the sand. So really the only thing you can wait for is someone to pick you up. Correct, absolutely nothing. Oh, great. They are working on the next game, Banana Simulator. Oh, goodness. I do understand that it's kind of a joke, but it's also appalling to me in a way that people spend money on such games. But again, it's your money and you spend it however you like. So with the quests, these are, as far as I know, all of the quests that you can play through in the game right now. Why I say that is because there were, in theory, some time limited or event exclusive missions that I obviously missed, since I started playing this game after the development was stopped back in 2023. So these are all the missions you can play now up until the servers are shut down. Now I already did all of them, so I won't be able to show you how they work, but I wanted to explain that indeed the game had story, it had missions or quests, and how they were implemented into the game. Now they had rewards, as you can see. For example, here we have a player banner. Wrong button. Here we have an icon, another banner, an icon, and so on. I think some of them, bit rarer, they gave you a tattoo, a mask, another tattoo, eyewear, and even makeup, or another pair of glasses. Is that even a pair? I don't think so. Wait, if glasses is plural because there are two lenses, then if the glasses only have one lens, then that's a glass? Good question. The things that keep me up at night. So these are the story missions or quests that you can play in the game. Let me see. There even is a reality mode where the screen is black and the sound turned off, because bananas can neither see or hear. You get achievements though. I have to say, you made me interested. What kind of an achievement can you get? if you can see or hear anything since you are a banana. What kind of a challenging task you can give to a banana? I mean, rot, perhaps, or ripen, get eaten, even though you wouldn't really experience it. Wait. If you cannot see or hear as a banana, would you even notice that you got eaten? You get points through in-game time. You know, again, as much as that is possibly just a meme, that sounds like the developer added time-based achievements so you cannot refund the game. There are different skins too. For bananas, such as yellow, a slightly darker yellow, green if you're feeling a bit young, brown if you're feeling old. That's about all the colors I can imagine with a banana. Honestly, you probably have more skin options with a banana than a coconut. Bananas exist in many colors. Yellow bananas are domesticated. Well, you never said that you can play as a wild banana in Banana Simulator. That adds a whole nother universe to things. Let me get my teacup so I look more sophisticated during our intellectual exchange about bananas. So what colors do we have for our banana? I really don't know. I think that game is kind of a work of art. But there was a work of art featuring a banana. You might remember it a few years back. An artist taped, I do believe with duct tape, a banana to a canvas or a wall as part of an art exhibit. If I remember correctly, someone took it off the wall and ate it. Which actually circles back to the time when you said I should lick the wolf mural on the wall. Because that person actually ate art. Is that trash or can I throw that away? What you mean? It was art. It was a banana with duct tape on a wall. But yeah, it could have been rather funny if the janitor came in and just, you know, threw it away like, oh, that's just some dumb kid playing a trick, and then next day the curator is looking for the art piece. Like, what happened with the banana? I remember that someone threw it away, and from there on people had to ask that. Oh. Yeah, there are some interesting art projects. Again, I believe in the idea that art can be whatever you want it to be, as much as that is a slightly dangerous statement, because when you give people freedom to such extremes, like everything can be art, some will obviously take it too far. One of my favorite modern art pieces is Take the Money and Run. The artist got money to make art, it's an empty canvas. It's not a bad idea in a way. Because yes, the canvas is empty, but I think the art piece in this case is actually the story of it. And that is social commentary on the world and how capitalistic and money centered the world is. So as much as it seems silly to have a blank canvas on display, it's not a bad idea. Now again, with these kind of art pieces, the thing is that it can only work once. And who says Banana Simulator isn't a commentary about the gaming industry? In a way it can be. Again, I don't say that it's bad. I don't necessarily like games or any kind of media that only exists as a joke, as a meme. But if people find it, this will be a weird word for it, but inspirational or meaningful in a way, then why not? And again, art is subjective. So maybe I would see this or play this game and I will just not get it, and someone else might. And I'm completely okay with it, because many games that I like, many of my favorite games actually, were not at all successful financially. So I don't mind if something is only appealing to a certain group of people. Because in a way, the more you generalize your audience with whatever you are doing, be that art, content, movies, music, any genre, any medium, the less meaningful it becomes, because you are trying to appeal to more and more people. And obviously, even if you're just trying to target, let's say, a specific demographic, people are different. You can't really generalize people. But if you start including more and more, it's more and more difficult to create something that the majority of people will like and enjoy and have no problem with it, or take no offense from it. And that's why I feel like something like this game, it is a battle royale. Obviously people would compare it to other battle royale games, one of the most successful of which is Fortnite. But this is not Fortnite. Maybe the company behind it wanted it to be as successful as Fortnite. I'm sure. And they started creating this game in a way because Battle Royale games became so popular. And they are a rather lucrative business. But this game is not Fortnite. It's obviously an adult game. I think it actually has an 18+ rating. So right away you have a different age group that might be playing it. And I heard that the average player count in this game in the past 2 years or so was around 500-600 players, which is not a lot, definitely. It wasn't enough to make the company invest in the game more or actually even keep it alive. But I always got matches. Even here you could see that I click on solo queue and I have to play any time of the day. Maybe wait 2 minutes and I will get into a game. So I'm more than okay with the game having a smaller player base, and I'm sad that is not enough to keep those games going. Now let me see. And I gain great joy from calling the bean the bean. That's not its name, but I dislike the artist. And he hates that people call it the bean. The bean. I feel like I'm missing some backstory there, but that's fine. And now the game wants me to go back on my word and say that I will not find the match in 2 minutes, but I did. The one in Chicago looks like a giant metal bean. Well, then obviously people will call it a bean. Again, with art, there is something profoundly exciting and satisfying in releasing your art to the public. But with that, the artist also has to accept that it will have its own life, the art piece, and people will interact with it, and you cannot control that. So if people call it the bean, they will. Of course, the artist can say that they don't like it, but they have no control over it anymore. The artist bought up the rights to use Wanta Black so others can't use it. Oh, that one. Wanta Black is the darkest black humans created so far. Yes, I do remember that story. Now here we actually got into an interesting game, because in the top right you can see it has a variation called Windy, and the gas spreads faster. So in certain games you can get these variations to spice up the gameplay a bit. Another nice idea, in my opinion. So as much as I don't want to endlessly praise the developers, because I'm sure that some of the players who were here when it released, they would say some things were mishandled. I heard some complaints myself about how they just couldn't keep the game interesting and alive. But the things I see here show me that there were a lot of good ideas in this game. Maybe they were not executed perfectly, but at least the concept was there, and in a way that hurts more, because you see this game and you see that it had potential that was wasted. Now let me see. Oh, that's the Camarilla K that I talked about before, and now I have a crossbow, so maybe I will be able to shoot us an Anarch and also try to read the chat at the same time. I am sorry if I respond a bit slower, but I will try my best. Other artists then work together to create Black 2.0. The difference to want black is not visible to the human eye. Okay. Oh. I'm getting shot at. Ow! Okay, that was laughably bad. So these crossbow bolts, unlike the small ones, they don't explode. They send out some toxic gas, like so, and there's our challenge complete. And another Anarch turns to dust. You might have noticed a little detail there, which was, as I killed this kindred or enemy, I got a blood resonance, which is random. You gain one from every from every enemy killed. As you can see, these gas clouds are rather dangerous. Ouch. Get one of these. Oh, you. That was good. Come back. Oh, I see we are in a freeway battle here. Slightly dangerous. Okay, one takedown. The other one is still alive. Or unalive, but not for long. Now, one thing that is rather important is in the red gas, they cannot regenerate. So if you down someone, or you get downed yourself, you start to regenerate, and after a bit you get back up on your feet and continue the game, as I showed it before. However, if you are in the red gas, you cannot do that. Now let me get back to the chat, or at least try to. I don't know how some streamers manage to read the chat and play these kind of high octane action games, but it takes practice, right? Now this is not a Camarilla case. This is a case at an entity checkpoint. You can see on the map the entity symbols, and there you can find such cases with rare weapons and such. But now what I need more than anything is some blood. Nah. Oh, sorry. Now what do we have here? One of the requirements to buy the color is not being Anish Cooper and not giving it to Anish Cooper, who is the creator of Want of Black, as far as I know. They created the pinkest pink too, but that doesn't have such a cool effect. I have pinkest pink hair dye. I actually heard about the pinkest pink one, that it was a sort of revenge in a way, so that one artist cannot use it. Apparently Black 4.0 exists by now. The blackest black paint in the known universe. Fascinating. Even though, as much as that is obviously art, I feel like that's also science at that point, and quite a lot of it. Because if you are creating a pigment, a paint, and you want it to be the blackest black, what you need is some substance, something that will reflect as little of light as possible. And there you get into physics. We still have 10 players left in this tiny place. Yeah, we're not going for that, because I don't want to die in the gas. That would be slightly embarrassing. I mean, not slightly, but let's not get into the details. Oops. This is not the best point because I can be seen from both sides. I think they kind of missed me, which is impressive. Oops. Not there anymore. Okay, they are coming here. Let's go! Oh, great. Ow! I get from one terrible spot to the next terrible spot. But that's fine. Let's see the ending of this game. I don't think it will take much time. Indeed, it was not much time. I got caught up in the red gas there, and that was my undoing. But that's fine. We downed the player with the crossbow, and we also got our 3 matches. The Want to Black info dump is an unskippable cutscene. Oh, there we have more XP. And now before I change to the next archetype, even though I could play with this specific one for today and then we try out another archetype the next time we return to this game. Let's look at another part of this lovely place called Elysium.
Good to see you. Let me tell you something.
I hope all is well. Well, I hope too. So we already know the keeper of Elysium, so let's meet with the NPC representing the Toreador, and she is Maya. So this is a little club of sorts in Elysium, because the Kindred must have some fun as well. You can see the Toreador symbol there, the rose. And here at the bar we have Maya. Let me try to turn around so you can see the name. The Toreador Primogen. Let's interact.
Stranger.
And we actually learned about something there, but you can see the outfit I am wearing with my character is actually Maya's. Oh my! Physalia with the raid. Welcome in, Physalia, and welcome in, raiders. To those new here, let me introduce myself. I am the Dreadist, a monster and researcher of horror. Right now, researching this lovely game called Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt. A free game that is unfortunately has been sentenced to death with its servers shutting down later this year. Oh, welcome in, Physalia. Yeah, indeed. Let me see, what were you doing? Streamed Universe for Sale. Oh my goodness. Are you selling the universe? What's the price? What is that? I'm assuming it's a game, but I have never heard about it. But before I start rambling, please, if you need to raid and run, don't feel bad about it. I know how tiring a long stream can be, both for the streamer and the viewers. So, first of all, take care of yourselves. Maybe get up, get yourself something to eat, drink, do some stretching. But if you are interested in this lovely game of vampires, then I welcome you to stay and have some fun in the night of Prague. This game is quite fun but complicated to understand. Small narrative game. I have to unfortunately raid and run, my dear Dreadist, but have fun. Thank you so much, Physalia. Please take care of yourself. That's the most important. And once again, thank you for the raid and for trusting your community to me. I greatly appreciate it. So, as I was explaining, she is Maya, the NPC representing Clan Toreador, and she oversees the the social life of the kindred in a way. And actually here we have a mention of the Sabbath, as you can see, something I mentioned before. I wasn't sure if they got a mention, but apparently they did. So I am wearing her outfit. This was something added, if I'm not mistaken, during the time the game development was stopped. It was part of the community update, and it is tied to a mastery challenge with the clan Toreador. Here you can see, if you play 100 games with the clan, you will get Maya's outfit, and that is the one I am wearing right now.
Hello there.
And as you can see and hear her voice, she is absolutely everything the clan stands for. Beauty, perfection, and the lure of an unnatural presence. Let's just say that. And also, apparently, plenty of wine. Because if you live forever, you might as well enjoy it. So here you can see this part is like a nightclub with some rather tasteful art pieces like these statues everywhere. A mixture of old and new, if you wish, fine art and neon lights. And entertainment of all sorts. And the artworks, I do believe these are actually not from this game specifically. I think some of them are from books from the TTRPG. Specifically, if I remember correctly, this image with the color is cropped from the cover art of the Camarilla book. But as you can see, we have all sorts of ways to have fun around here, and well, apparently someone just had too much. Or they were invited for dinner and didn't know they would be on the menu. A gruesome surprise. But we have all sorts of art pieces here, and that is again no surprise, since this clan is known for their love of art and beauty. Now, interestingly enough, you cannot use your abilities or climb in Elysium, so we have to roam around like mortals. A shame. But you can see we have all sorts of different little areas where the kindred can converse about whatever they wish to. and enjoy the music, the lights, and the unlife. Actually, I do believe this is the top of that image that I mentioned before. And with this part explode, oh yes, here it is. Let's go and let's join another game. No, I do realize that because I have so much to say, I am a bit all over the place, but I hope that that most of the things that I'm talking about are understandable.
Nice to see you.
It's nice to see you too. Nah. What other challenges do we have left? Oh yes, Bloodhunt. That's what we need. Okay. Now, Bloodhunts are an interesting concept. So, if you break the Masquerade, which in this game means you kill a civilian or you feed on a civilian while another one can see you, a Bloodhunt is called. It's kind of the kindred way of dealing with those who endanger the existence of all of them. And it's pretty much a bounty on someone's head that anyone can collect. So if I kill someone and I am bloodhunted, then for a certain period of time, around a minute, my outline will be shown to everyone, and also I will be marked by a red dot on the map. So it's rather dangerous to do such a thing, but as I mentioned, it's not as significant as it might be when it comes to the story of, or the universe of Vampire the Masquerade, because in this game you can die, you don't lose anything. So if you start slaughtering civilians and you get killed by someone, well, you still have a backup life. And if you find the right person with the right blood, you can get back your extra life as well. Now, I can already hear someone causing trouble. I wasn't talking about Zeph, but the timing was perfect, let me tell you. I don't know what you are looking at, but let me get a taste. We have a backup life? Kind of. It's called an extra life, actually. Oh, we found a flare gun. I never really used that, it's a bit tricky. Also, I know that you don't mind, but stop with the pooping. It distracts me from my duties. Because right now we are going after blood-hunted individuals. Or just anyone who we catch along the way. Oh! Boop. No. No. A fate tends to steal attention. Really? I didn't know you were a thief. What kind of other things do you like to steal? Ooh, armor. Lovely. I do need that. So there you can see someone who is blood hunted. Not that we can get that far this quickly. There are people who are really good with moving quickly across the map. I'm not one of those players. Again, I like to take my time. Now, we don't have a key, so we cannot open this, but we can look for a key. Right here. And now we can open it. Thank you, game, for letting me demonstrate this part. Auto shotgun. Ooh, please. As you can see, this is a yellow one, meaning that it's a legendary weapon. And this is a person with a yellow aura, meaning that we have our dinner served. Now there are 4 items that we can use and which you have seen me use before. One is the armor down here. We also have the blood syringe that gives us health in the form of slowly regenerating a certain amount of health in a short period of time. We have the blood bags. They give a larger amount of health in an instant after consuming the blood, but it takes longer to actually use the item since we have to drink it. And we also have the red gas neutralizer, which is a little container with a sort of powder in it, if I'm not mistaken, which allows us to enter the red fog, without getting harmed. I'm sorry, but you shoot me in the back and then you have the audacity to not even care about me? So this is an entity hunter. They are NPCs armed with guns. And we can also drink their blood, gaining a random blood resonance. However, it takes a bit longer to do so than if we drink from a mortal or a civilian. That would be the correct word there. So as you can see here, this takes much less time. Now there's another one here. Now they are not super dangerous. However, if you get surrounded by them, especially in the beginning of the game, they can cause a mighty amount of trouble. I wanted to kill that guy myself, but thank you. Ooh, 22 health. That was close. Killing spree. That's killing 10 free players without dying, or in other words, getting a free kill streak. There's also one for 5 and 10, I do believe. And we also got another little bonus for consuming the blood of 3 vampires or opponent players. Now these are little awards that you can get in every match. They are like the accolades in Fortnite, I do believe they are called. And as far as I know, they don't really unlock anything or give you much of anything, maybe experience points, but other than that, they are just something to brag about or try to get. I actually got a 10 kill streak once, and I managed to take a screenshot of that, so that's one screenshot that holds a dear memory. I don't know. Ow. You. I can't get you with this gun, but my other gun is a shotgun, so I will also not get you with that. Now, the animation of this body armor is also really interesting because you start putting it on and then it kind of disappears underneath your clothes, so you can still see your outfit without the armor covering it up. Oh, a little roof bar here, a little restaurant. There are so many lovely landmarks even outside of the POIs, as the younger gamers would call them, points of interest, which are marked by their names on the map. We have 13 players left and I'm in not a good spot. What about yellow snow? Yellow snow? Not a fan. Not a fan. I recently learned that what voodoo dolls actually were for. Ooh, do tell, please. What were they for? Do I have a key now? Oh, lockpicker. Open 2 Camarilla cases. I got an epic flare gun instead of a rare one. So again, even the weapons themselves have rarities that can help with things like magazine size, reload speed, damage dealt, and many other aspects of the weapon and gun. Ow. I think I should keep out of the long distance fights. At least for the time being. Oh, that's a dead kindred. Ooh, ho, 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 ho. We roasted ourselves. A vampire. Ooh, and that does a lot of damage. So with the flare gun, you can set them on fire and cause them damage. With time. Ow. I think that was a sniper that got me mid-air, which is impressive. They were used as medical record. Oh, that's a clever idea. The people who practice voodoo were back then not allowed. Ow. To read and write, so making a doll of their patient and putting a needle at the spot that received treatment is the medical record. So at the next visit they could check in if it got better. Oh, that is indeed rather clever. Can I get my weapon back? Thank you. They even left my weapon. Wow. I should actually not go up there and get into a new fight. But look for... Oh, not good. Uh-oh. Really not good. Really, really not good. Just kill each other, okay? Leave me alone. Whoops. Ow. Okay, no. Positioning is rather important in this game, as is in many battle royale games. And yeah, I'm not doing that too greatly. As you can see, we got around let's say an 8 of the circle. So I mentioned this earlier that one level is around 7 matches. No, I heard before that some people farmed experience by just starting up a game and leaving, and they said that you don't get considerably more experience points just because you actually finish the game and get into the top 10 or top 5 or something like that. Which, if you look at the time frame of things, maybe it's true, because a game can take 20-30 minutes. But I never really tried doing it that way and just starting games and leaving them for the experience points, because I also want to enjoy the game. I also want to see what it is. I'm not just playing it for the trophies. No, if someone just started with this game because they wanted to get a platinum, it is true that most trophies can be collected rather quickly because they are linked to using the abilities of certain clans and archetypes. So, for example, I think with this archetype, you have to heal a certain amount of HP back, and that doesn't take too much time. So you don't really have to play the game for a long time to get those trophies out of the way, except the one that requires you to reach player level 50. And so I think those trophy hunters who got every other trophy in a few hours, they figured if you want to get the most amount of experience point, per minute, you can just start up games and leave them. But then again, you have to also calculate with the wait time, since there are not as many players left. Now, it is true that why I can get into games might partially be because of bots. So you see up on the banners of the modes, you have that little mask icon, and in the bottom left it says this game has bots. Now, I'm not sure if by bots it means the entity hunters, they are clearly NPCs, or if some of the player characters are also bots. Maybe the developers, to make the wait time shorter than matchmaking, they added bots into the game, which makes perfect sense. And maybe that's also one of the reasons why in the beginning it's rather simple to fight the enemies and kill the other quote-unquote players, but when it comes to the end game, you find yourself fighting really skilled players, because maybe that's when you really get to the other players. And that's why I have to say, and why I said it before, that this experience that I'm having with this game is not necessarily how the game was back when it started, because many players, I assume, already stopped playing the game, and maybe from the 40-some players in a match, a considerable amount is actually made up of bots. It's something that I couldn't necessarily figure out, which enemy is a bot and which is not. But it's a possibility that I killed many bots throughout the games, and I felt good about myself for defeating other players. Okay, I feel like the outfit got slightly messed up. Okay, there we go. This is actually a bug you could also get in the Arkham games. Funny enough, the cape going through the character. Well, that's a good start. So again, in the beginning of the game, it's really important that right away you get some kind of a decent weapon, or pretty much anything that is not the starting pistol, because if you come face to face with another player who already has a machine gun, a shotgun, whatever, you are in a bad position. Now let's try to actually focus on the blood hunt of things. Well, I am already blood hunted. It wasn't planned, but I take it. I will take it. So I have to kill players while I'm being blood hunted. Okay. You can see we don't have a lot of time. But then again, we can cause trouble whenever we want and get another blood hunt started. Oh, I saw someone there on the map for a moment. Ah, Link, welcome in. So nice to see you. Hi. How's your day? It's been a while since I got to talk to you on Twitch. Oh, there's a flyer. I was wondering, what is that? Again, so many tiny details in this game. Had a great day. I went thrifting with Good and found a VCR. Oh, the old school technology. I think I wandered into the wrong part of town for some and the right for others. Let me check on the map. Where are we exactly? Here. Okay, just for future reference, right? Seems like the right part of town. Well, I cannot argue with you on that. There's a bar. Oh, there are all kinds of bars. Definitely. But why were you looking for a VCR, if I can ask? Given that some people, I think, won't even know what that is. If I remember correctly, it stands for a video cassette recorder. Good collects VHSs. I just collect sewing patterns. Also, you went together and went a bit of a treasure hunt, I see. And hey, it was successful. Ooh, what you have for me? It was $3. $3 for a VCR. Wow. Again, you can see that the Anti Hunter helps me track down players. There you are. Aerial shot. Haha, that from above. Nah, come here. I like your outfit. And I like your blood on mine. I should add that it's a TV with a built-in VCR. Wait, what? No, wait a moment. Let's get things straight here. Well, straight-ish. You found a TV, I'm assuming an old-school TV, with a built-in VCR for $3. I find cool stuff for cheap. Yes, you do. Yes, you certainly do. And it's in working condition, I'm assuming. It's fascinating that old technology, some of the old technology, becomes so extremely cheap, while others become so expensive that they can even go for more than the newer things. Excellent condition. It was playing Return of Jafar when I found it. If you tell me it came with the copy of Return of Jafar on VHS for that price, I will lose my mind, I feel like. I left the copy. You left it, or it wasn't part of the deal? Oh. They returned. Sorry about your car. But yes, it would have been part of the deal. And you left it. I guess because you already have it? But that's terrific. I thought Good already owned it, but I sure hope that Good already owns it, because otherwise they might be a bit upset. But that's amazing. And that's the interesting thing, like old TVs and tape players and things like that, they are so cheap these days. But old school consoles, their prices skyrocketed. And it's not like these things were always cheap. Back in the day, a TV cost as much as a TV nowadays, or even more. Same with the VCR. It was new technology back then. So it's quite fascinating to me that the prices change like this. Only 9 people left on this huge map. Wow. I found a 1920s sewing machine for $5 in the past. I have so many questions about that. I guess start with the basic one. What does a sewing machine from more than 100 years ago even look like? Because I'm honestly curious. I have since donated back to the thrift economy. When I hear things like this sentence, it gets me more and more interested in starting to look for old PlayStation games, because that's the kind of console that I would like to play some old games on. But again, the problem, they are stupid expensive. Those were warning shots. Just saying. It was a built-in sewing machine, so it was a table sometimes. So wait a moment. Because I feel like you are kind of sugarcoating things here a bit. So you found a table for $5 that had a built-in sewing machine as an extra. Do I get that right? Yes. Now, are these the kind of best found things, examples, and most of the things you find are not as nearly good of a deals as this one, or this is like your average day at the thrift store? You go in and you find a table for $5, when if you go to IKEA you have to pay hundreds for a table that is pretty much a wooden slab and 4 shitty legs. It was a Zinger sewing machine. I heard that brand before, but fun fact, I cannot sew. So, yeah, don't ask me about such things. Oh, what's happening? I take it, I give you 3 bottles worth 75 cents. Wow, someone is strong with the bargaining. It is my average thrift day. Well, if I ever go to a thrift store, it seems I'm taking you with me. That would be an interesting conversation. I would talk to you and then I would message good like, could I borrow link for some extra luck in the thrift store? Because the things they found is unreal. Oh, no. This is a good vantage point. I like it. Hundreds for an IKEA table. You are getting scammed. I know, that's why I don't purchase things from there. I once got a big blue butterfly from thrifting. Like a plush or like a real butterfly, or what are we talking about? Good says no, they don't share their luck. Wow. So Good's luck is stored in Link? Good to know. Also, I can kind of relate to the not sharing thing. I don't share either. But hey, it was worth a try. But if I can ask, what is something that really surprised you when you went thrifting and you found it? Not necessarily an outstandingly good deal, but something surprising, something you rarely ever see. I might take a fun trip and we happen to meet up. Oh, I see. No, this will be tricky because we are in the slaughterhouse here. And this is where the match will end. So let me actually change the sound a bit, so I can hear better and see what happens. Because why this is interesting is my opponent might be on the roof while I'm in the building. Now, there are entrances, indeed, and here whoever spots the other will most likely win. But then again, I'm not really playing for winning here, just having fun. But I think they are actually there. Anything for the thrift. A friend of mine is thrifting for classic suit stuff. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's try something crazy. He has very cool clothes and those pocket watches. Ooh, old school. Fuck yeah, I just take my clothes and now thrift for cufflinks and tie clips. Ooh, so many things you can find in in thrift stores. Now I have a feeling if I poke my nose out, they will start shooting at me, and there is no easy way getting across here. But the smoke is kind of limiting my approaches to this situation, but maybe I can show you something interesting. Oh, they moved there. I see you. So if nothing happens for a while at the end of the game, when the fog reaches its smallest size, something interesting can happen. I'm not sure if it will, but we'll see. Oh, let me see. I need cufflinks and tie clips to majorly come back into fashion. Ooh, the fashion game. True. I found a set of cufflinks that are also clocks. Clocks as the painting, or clocks as they are working. I think that would be pretty impossible. Capture the point to win. So this is interesting. There is a capture point there now, and whoever captures it first will win. So this is the developer's answer to what happens if two campers meet at the end. So write this. Ow! Oh goodness, that was a good shot. That was a really good shot from them. And that shows that I am possibly not winning this one. That hurt. Working clocks. Wow. Another friend of mine is buying clothes from theaters. So this is one of those waiting games. Or we can do a bit of trickery. No, that wasn't what I wanted. Let's wait on this to reload. I want to get next to my lovely enemy there, but preferably without leaving my cover, because that would be deadly. Yo, Zeb, that's so cool. That is indeed a really interesting idea. Theaters sometimes have sales when they are done with the stage play. Indeed, they can't really do anything with the costumes. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Okay, that's not bad. Let's try. We will probably die here, but that's fine. Oh, yep, indeed. It wasn't a bad try. But it didn't work. I'm not really good with the vertical kind of fight, which is really important in this game. I like the more grounded firefights. I can't believe buying clothes. My 900 plus patterns don't justify it as much. I see. Sewing is one of the many skills I want to learn. Well, the best way to learn something is just to get into it, start doing it, and practice it plenty. And hopefully you will get as far as you want. I plan to start a project that helps tech hand sewing, teach hand sewing and machine sewing. I'm sure there are plenty of videos about such in tutorials, because in today's world, there's a tutorial online about absolutely everything you can think about, and many things that you possibly cannot think about with a clear mind. Clearly, I've been drinking. I'm having rosé. I thought your autocorrect just kind of decided to sabotage you. I'm just classy sleep deprived. Oh, so old school. Now, we are almost at 4 hours, so maybe that too, Dread. But I can offer soju or very cheap vodka. Great. My viewers are getting drunk. The vodka tastes disgusting. You know, if your vodka tastes bad, that's not a good sign, because I think that vodka shouldn't actually have any kind of taste. That is why it's used in so many cocktails. I got red wine and cider as well. Rosé, red wine and cider. Aren't those all the color red or a shade of it? Give me the vodka. Wow. Did you ever drink cheap vodka? You don't taste it when it's mixed well. Red, pink and yellow. I think the vampire is slowly coming out of Link. But it's pretty nasty pure. Well, I guess mix it. Or don't drink. One of the two. I also have Chardonnay. Oh, so fancy. But I stay with my tea. Fun fact. I don't drink alcohol. It would be irresponsible for a monster. Oh, it's for special occasions. Ooh. I don't know much about wine, but I like acting like a wine snob. Ooh. Can you make an example or show an example how you would achieve to be considered a wine snob? I love a full body. Oh, I do like those two. Oh, full body red wine. Oh, my bad. With more spice and berry undertones. You know, if you take that exact sentence and just take the red wine out, I can really agree with it. But I understand that people like wine. I never really got into it. I don't know. I am a wine snob, but maybe that's the vampire in me. I mostly just describe what would taste good and what tastes bad with the wine. Oh. Well, then you do know a bit about wines. At least what to pair them with. If you give me a sip, yeah. Isn't just that... You see, I have a suspicion that that is just your way of tricking people into giving you a free sip of wine. Clever. My preferred is great with steaks, a nice bloody steak. I think the vampire is coming out way too much. But alright. I am a vegetarian. But I once recommended dry bunny food to a very cheap half-dry white burgunder. I still think it would fit. Dry bunny food. Okay. Interesting mix. Not my first choice, definitely. Thank you for the lurk. I think I would get people to eat bunny food. Again, I feel like that is just you being tricky and way too smart to convince people to eat it. But what do you think would go well with, let's say, cat food? Because I think more people have access to that. Also, disclaimer. Don't eat cat food. Some of that is pretty good. What? Bunny food? Cat food tastes like nothing. Should I ask where you know that from? Because it seems like you have extensive knowledge about pet food, which is concerning, intriguing, but concerning. My mother accidentally tasted cat food. I ate bunny food as a child. Okay, at least you are speaking based on personal experience. I can respect that. She licked the spoon. I have a feeling that your case was not licking the spoon. But I mean, if you taste a wine and you proceed to recommend rabbit food with it, I'm sure that's a great conversation starter. There are some small yogurt drops for bunnies. Those taste kinda good. I never heard about those. But then again, I never had bunnies. I'm telling you, I'm onto something. My friends certainly started laughing. Yeah. Especially once they realized that you are not joking. But who knows? Maybe it will turn out that you are really onto something and you will discover a new culinary treat or threat. Only time can tell. They know me well enough. Good for them. Now, let's start one more game as a kind of end to today's stream. I'm kind of sad that I couldn't win a match, but that's how it is. We are here for the levels, we are here for the experience. And I think I got to talk about many aspects of the game. One that I almost forgot and we should return to before our last game is actually the perks. Now that you've seen the game in motion, things will make a bit more sense. So we obviously have the extra ammo. And then we have the 4 different blood resonance perks, this being one of them. So here you start with 2 of this specific blood resonance. This starts with 2 of a different one. And I think actually for this archetype, these are the 2 we have. The athlete allows you to climb walls faster. No, the martial makes more sense here. You gain double the blood resonance from a person. I almost said victim, but we are playing as Kindred here. We might be partial, just a bit. But the Bloodhunts last twice as long. The nobility, where the Bloodhunt duration is reduced, since we are important. We have impervious. We are immune to the red gas for a short duration. The knight, we start with 50 armor and the spares, so we don't have to look for additional armor in the beginning. And feeding grants a blood bag and a syringe with the physician. So, which one is the best for me? I would say the impervious, especially for the end game. So let's start this up. Let's look for a game and let's go out into the battle-ravaged streets of Prague. I recommend a salad to the wine too, but I never ate salad. That's way weirder. You never had salad. Your diet is rather intriguing. Now, let's get focused here. No, there are too many vegetables mixed together. Oh, I see, you are a purist. No, I will start here. So we can gather the necessary things. We already have 2 players near us, but that's fine. Doesn't seem appealing. I can understand that. You have to find the right dish. I'm a picky eater cause autism. I think I'm a picky eater just because. But I can understand. Okay, let's start with a bit of blood and get some weapons. You're not getting away. Look, you are shooting me with a pistol. I'm shooting you with a sniper rifle. I cannot lose this. That would be way too embarrassing. What was that? And I think salad dressing smells weird. I can kind of agree with that. Most of them. I don't really like the sour smell of many of them. Ooh. Don't mind me. And a little sad leaves, so it tasted bitter like dandelion leaves. And yes, I tasted dandelion leaves too. I don't really think that you are necessarily a picky eater. You are more like an experimentalist. You try everything once, even things most wouldn't. And then you decide whether you like it or not. Oh, that's a mortal. That's not. Oh, come on, stop running around. Oh. Oh, that was a human. Not a kindred. My bad. Ooh. Oh, come on. I was so close. I was so close. No, I certainly don't try everything once. I didn't drink water until I was 18. What did you drink? It's kind of odd that I asked that question right before I started drinking blood there, but don't mind me. Oh, no, oh no. Well, that did not work out. Iced tea, lemonade. That makes sense. Wow. This was not my game. It really was not. Again, I'm not necessarily focusing enough on the game. I don't really care whether I win or lose, and I think again that's one of the reasons why I enjoy this game more.
There you are.
Because
Greetings.
it doesn't lock rewards behind winning games or killing some insane amount of players. Even as you can see, the daily challenges are things you can rather easily do. Yes, there are mastery challenges which are a bit crazy, but you obviously don't have to get through those. Oh, and another entry. Now we will look at those diary entries later on as well for sure in the next streams. But for now, let's end today with a little image here. With Maya. And next time around we will be looking at another clan. Now there are 9 archetypes we can play. I don't think there are 9 weeks left until the server shut down, so I will have to figure out some way. But I hope that this stream was enjoyable. As much as this game is more action focused, you can't really stop in the middle of the match to talk about something like how I would like to. Another aspect of single player games that I like. So my commentary wasn't as coherent as I would like it to be, and I definitely wasn't as good in the game as I usually am, but it was definitely fun, and hopefully you will join me next week when we return to Prague. Now I will be playing the game off stream as well, so I can get closer and closer to the required levels. But for now we are level 43, and hopefully we will get to level 50. I would like it to be some time during this month, but again, we'll see. We still have more than a month left, so I think we are not in an overly bad spot just yet, and I wouldn't really like to to get too close to the last few days. Now let's see, what shall we do? Whom shall we raid? Well, I do believe we are going to be raiding Timbert here, and for good reason, because she's having one of her demo days when she plays a number of different demos from Steam, and shows what kind of titles are in development and going to be releasing soon, which is always nice. Steam in the last couple of years really improved on bringing smaller games into the spotlight, and it's really nice to see that demos are coming back. There was a time not so long ago when not many games had demos, but especially when it comes to indie titles, it's more and more common to have them, even if just for a limited time, which I still find to be a somewhat silly idea, because if I find a game just after the demo Steam Fest, why shouldn't I be able to to play them. But with that said, I thank you for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed this stream. Have a great day, and as always, good night.